it's a wind-up alpha. Cute. List of highly elite marks stacking who is unsurprisingly too frightened to take on any of the creatures herself. Okay, I can get Almegan gear, which, you know, okay, it's not bad. Oh, I can buy savage material though. Get maps and stuff, okay. Torachiro, wind up meat eater. I would do it just for that, actually. I know who you are! But hello. You don't have to sign messages like it's a letter that you're writing to a long-lost relative. Hello! It is I, cream in my coffee. Just want to let you know that it is me, and nobody else impersonating me. It is myself and only I. Trying to be funny? Okay. I remember I'm the one who set up that account for you. You do remember that, right? Okay. So you're aware that I'm aware. Okay. hold of the insurance company. Yep, that sucks. Okay. Oh man, I did a quest where I hit a cutscene and then I immediately went into this. Oh well. am most eager to hear just what went on in the closed fist. You fought with Ivan Coralfist. I've read that he honed his martial prowess by wandering the mountains, fighting all the corals he could find. They say he took the creature's movements for his own, devising a style of fighting like no other. To think he had been waiting there all this time for a new challenger. My mind is made up. I too will become a monk. Hearing your story, I realized that I must meet Ivan Coralfist myself. I will need to strengthen my body and mind to have any chance of reaching him. And I plan to start by working on my mind. There is still much I need read about the monks and their religion. Or perhaps I would be better served by searching for a local that is versed in the fists of Ralgr. Allow me to thank you. I would not have awoken my true calling had you not shown me the temple ruins. The next time our paths cross, I imagine I will look somewhat different. I can definitely say that I've never met a monk quite like her. It will be interesting to see just how far she's able to go. Okay, well, let's do the Hildebrand stuff. That's always fun. And there's actually like a ton of stuff in here that I gotta do too. Foreignly lass. You found both places. One of the Shiokaze hostelry, and the other atop the roof of a building. I'm not of an age to enter where ales and wine are poured, and I have no desire to go climbing roofs lest I dirty my clothes. Small wonder I wasn't able to find these places. Right then, let's have those pictures back. They're mementos of my mother, if you must know. She died when I was yet a babe. She painted them by her own hand. I have no memory of my mother, but father never missed a chance to tell me she was the most beautiful woman in all Hingashi. He claims to have fallen in love with her at first sight when he came to make his living here in Kugane. His family was opposed to their marriage, but they swore themselves to each other all the same, and in the end eloped. When I decided to come to Kugane to visit her grave, I thought to look for these places she saw fit to paint. I hoped they would bring me closer to her, to help me imagine what sort of person she was. I heard she painted them when she was of the same age I am now, so what the hells was she doing at an alehouse, not clambering around on rooftops? I'm come to feel like Kugane is a sort of home to me now. Enjoy it, wanderer, as I am, and thank you for helping me know a little bit more. Okay, so... No. Kankatsu, oh thank heavens! I am in dire need of a capable adventurer, and I can think of none better. Local officials have been working desperately to keep this confidential, but there's trouble in Kugane Castle. It has been overrun by a band of outlaws. What's more, they've taken hostages a number of nobles, along with Bugyo, Kugane's highest magistrate. They're demanding the country's borders be closed off, insisting Kugane's efforts to establish ties with other countries is folly. Why, if they had their way, I imagine foreigners, or Ijin as they call them, would never set foot here ever again. Under normal circumstances, the Sekai Sugumi would have taken steps to immediately resolve this crisis, but they dare not do anything to put the Bugyo at greater risk. To proceed would require a decree from the Bakufu, yet I fear there is no time to send an envoy to the royal capital and back. Nevertheless, they have done their due diligence and delivered a missive. While waiting for a response, they have also called upon the East Aldernod Trading Company in an attempt to potentially expedite the rescue of the hostages. As to why they would go out of their way to contact us, well, one of the captives is from Ul'dah. It goes without saying the repercussions of a foreign dignitary coming to harm would be dire. Because the Sekai Sugumi cannot yet act in an official capacity, they have asked for my assistance in assembling a small contingent to infiltrate the castle. If you would join our cause, make for the aqueducts in the Rakuza district. There's a hidden passage leading into the castle, kept under guard by the Sekai Sugumi. Tell them I sent you, and they will explain what you must do. Okay. Dramatas Personae. Welcome, my lord. There's a young maiden here who would speak with you. Miss, the adventurer has arrived. And here he is, the liberator of both Doma and Almigo, in the flesh. I am Lina Marilla, correspondent for The Raven. You may recognize me from my expose on the secret lives of the homunculi. But enough small talk. It's not for nothing that I've been standing here since yesterday morning on the off chance you'd pass by. No, I'm here because, actually, it's best you heard it from Alma. I am but an observer. Alma, come, I found him. Is this the adventurer of whom you spoke? Indeed it is. Please, I beg you, find my father. You are his only hope. It's alright, Alma. We are attracting unwanted attention. Might I suggest a change of venue? We will await you before the Prima Vista. The theater barge has a berth at the airship landing. As I said before, I think it better we continue this conversation in the privacy of the young lady's barge. It's not that I don't trust anyone here, it's simply that I don't trust anyone here. Gate guard Minigumo has been instructed to look out for you. In future, speak with him when you wish to gain admission to the docks. Thank you for coming, Ken. You're probably wondering why I've summoned you to an airship, and a Garlean one at that. Allow me to explain on the shuttle. Prima Vista serves as both stage and home to the majestic Imperial Theater Company. You can keep that dirk in your drawers. No one here is a member of the Imperial Army, nor are there any spies within the troop, at least no known spies. Ask anyone and they will readily attest. The majestic Imperial Theater Company are the finest practitioners of the dramatic arts to be found anywhere in the 3 great continents and beyond. They have admirers throughout the Empire and its territories, and even boast a sizable following in Gridania, hence my assignment to their story. It is a little-known fact, outside Garlemald at least, that the late Emperor was a devout patron of the arts who supported various theater troupes to the tune of much coin. Indeed, Solus was so enamored of the majestic players that he ordered the construction of this very airship that the troupe might perform in every corner of the Empire. When his grandson took the throne, however, everything changed. Now all theater troupes, domestic and foreign, must submit their works for approval by the Central Imperial Board of Censors. If a play is deemed vulgar or inflammatory, it is banned, and the troupe denied their writs of transit. The worst offenders, well, they are never heard from again. This policy has effectively left playwrights with one of 2 options: compromise their creative integrity to curry favor with his radiance, or put down their quills altogether. The principal of the Majestic, however, chose a 3rd option, to express his disapproval for the new Emperor's policies, obliquely, in ostensibly unpolitical works. Pray forgive me for my earlier outburst. I am Alma Bos Lexentale, daughter of Principal, Genomus Sen Lexentale. Mayhap you have heard of my father's latest play, the Zodiac Brave story? On the surface it is an innocent retelling of a well-known Garlean fairy tale, hardly worth of the censor's attention. But beneath it is something quite different, a fact that the censors failed to spot when they approved the manuscript for public performance. The play quickly became a huge success. The common folk loved its fantastical story, while the learned classes appreciated its true message. By the time the Imperial Board of Censors realized their mistake, it was too late. No longer in a position to prohibit the performance outright without admitting fault, they took aim at the company's purse strings instead. Before long, noble patrons began to withdraw their support, fearing to be associated with the troupe, and by the end even the learned felt compelled to feign ignorance. By bleeding the majestic of their funding, the censors robbed them of their voice. And none of this has made it any clearer as to why you're here. Allow me. Oh, it's it. I've known Genomus since we were students at the Magic Tech Academy. When I heard his daughter was in Kugane looking to enlist the aid of an adventurer, I felt compelled to give her your name. Sorry for not announcing myself sooner, old friend. Geonomus and I were from different worlds, but that only served to fuel our friendship. Many were the nights we would prattle on into the wee small hours, warm flagons of peated ale numbing our minds to the other's naive ideologies. Yet no matter where a conversation began, it would invariably end with him telling me how he was going to change the Empire from the inside out. The truth was to be his path into the people's hearts. Even after the Empire forced him from his throne, Geonomus never gave up hope. Or from his home, Geonomus never gave up hope that his work might change the world. Art will ever strain against artificial bounds and borders, man-made walls and misguided wars. It is in such time of uncertainty that we must needs embrace our calling and take to the sky so others might do the same. What I'm trying to say, rather poorly, I concede, is that not all Garleans are hewn from the same stone. Just as there are those who pledge their lives to the Empire and would never think to question the authority of its leaders, there are those like Alma's father and myself, whose love for the country does not blind them to its flaws. Still, try selling that sack of sunflower to an Almegan or a Dolman who has watched his family consumed in the flames of a Magitech Reaper. How many Eorzean adventurers do you think would leap at the opportunity to help an Imperial search for her missing father? And in Garlean territory, no less. But you are different. You have seen enough to know that the line between good and evil is not defined by race, color, or creed. So what say you? I would make a poor adventurer were I too shy from adventure. Indeed. Now that you understand the nature of the task, perhaps Alma could provide some insight as to where we might begin our search. Shortly before my father disappeared, he began work on his next play, a successor to the Zodiac Brave story. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Please follow me. Through adventure and hardship, young Delita, a boy of common blood, becomes a hero, culminating in the birth of a mythical kingdom of Ivalice. But that is where the story ends. There are no records of anything that follows. Was Principal Geonomus simply going to invent something? My father believed that he had discovered evidence of a second hero, one whose efforts went largely unnoticed, but without whom Delita would never have risen to the throne. His was the next tale he wanted to tell, the true Zodiac Brave story. A second hero. According to my father's studies, this young man was one of Delita's closest friends and confidants, that is, until the untimely passing of Delita's sister forced the two to part ways. Yet the unnamed hero continued to provide aid to his friend by thwarting the machinations of those who would scheme against Delita, thus paving the way for the pauper's rise to regent. You must forgive me, but I've never heard anyone make such claims. How exactly did your father come by this information? That is a long story. One which begins and ends with Geonomus becoming lost in the very legend he sought to lay bare. Even as far back as our academy days, Ivalice had Geonomus firmly in its grasp. He flatly refused to believe the story was just a fairy tale. And so, when he was finally driven out of Garlemald, it was only natural that he should choose this, of all places, as his refuge, was it not, Alma? That is correct, Master Garland. It has long been my father's belief that the ruins of ancient Ivalice lie beyond Naxia, buried beneath the sands of the Dalmasca Desert. Poor Dalmasca. The kingdom prospered in relative isolation for countless generations, until the Empire came calling. When not touring, my father would organize expeditions into the Dalmasca Desert to search for proof of Ivalice's existence. Sometimes he would bring back strange artifacts, ancient tomes, and crystals unlike any others. My father called them orosite, and claimed they were vital to proving his theories. This is one such crystal. By the 12, it's magnificent! Ivalician legend tells of crystals bequeathed by the gods unto those who would be kings. It is during his quest to gather orosite that young Delita rises to prominence. I must have heard the tale 1,000 times from my nursemaid, but that is all it ever was, a tale. My father would often tell us how the orosite spoke to him. At the time, we assumed he was speaking figuratively, that the stone's beauty roused his muse. But then he began to act strangely. How so? Following our arrival here in Hingashi, my father spent most of his time cloistered in his chambers, poring over his past research, and though he was alone, we could oft hear him in conversation. It was not uncommon for my father to recite the lines as he wrote them, but it soon became clear that this was something else. It was as if he was talking to my mother who passed several winters gone. Might this not have been out of mere loneliness, or perhaps the strain of your flight from Garlemald? Possibly, but that would not explain the voices which answered him. Alma, who are these people? I told you I did not require any help finding father, especially from outsiders. So good of you to join us, Ramza. Allow me to introduce... Enough, Master Sid. We may be shunned by the Empire, but we are still Garleans, and we still have our pride, unlike some it seems. We require neither the aid nor the pity of foreign rabble. Have you forgotten where you are, brother? It is we who are the foreign rabble. This land and its customs are all but unknown to us. We would be fools to conduct our search without a proven guide. Your sister is right, Ramza. As for my good friend here, your mistrust is ill-placed. I will personally vouch for his character. In all the time I have known him, he has never once let anything as insignificant as race or creed color his judgment. You are lucky to have him. But we would have you, Master Garland. Why do you refuse us? You know why. Until this affair with Omega is resolved, my hands are tied. It pains me to refuse you and your sister, but it pains me far more to leave Geonomus to his fate. I am sorry. You need not apologize. I let my emotions get the better of me. After what happened in Rabanastre, it may be time to admit we're out of our depth. My brother's last expedition met with tragedy in the ruins of the capital city. He barely escaped with his life. The Empire turned Rabanastre into a death trap. You were a fool to set foot there without a proper escort. I realize that now, Master Garland, but at the time I saw an opportunity to rescue my father, and I took it. Whatever led you to believe your father was in Dalmasca's capital? My father's fascination with Ivalician legend began with a trip to the Antediluvian city long before the war. Call it a premonition, but something tells me it is where he has returned. Now you must excuse me, I need some time to think. Then, Alma, I shall leave you and your brother to Ken's get this kindness. Well, guess I did the Omega thing out of order, but... Master Garland seems to think highly of you, so I will withhold judgment until after Dalmasca is nestled in the forgotten corner of the Empire's outermost territories. I do not foresee any trouble from the standing army, but would suggest committing to memory the locations of each of the barge's exits, just in case. As for the flight itself, the currents above Dalmasca are as wild as the land below. You may want to hold on. We'll complete our descent to Rabanester in the shuttle. Ramza, I thought I made myself clear, Alma. The capital is simply too dangerous. Father would never forgive me if I were to lose you trying to rescue him. Come, we are wasting time. According to my father, Rabanastre was already a thriving city some 1,000 years ago, but after performing several private excavations beneath the so-called Desert Sapphire, my father came to the conclusion that it was not the first settlement to stand here. Then your father believes that Rabanastre sits atop the royal city of Laslalia, the capital of Evolis. Lasalia. But if that's true, it could change history. We would be famous. Famous? Are you sure you don't mean rich? You're kinda all like parasites grown fat on the sweat and suffering of others. Bold words for a boy of, but 16 summers. And what, pray tell, have I done to deserve such spite? I only wish to learn the truth behind the disappearance of the Empire's foremost playwright. If that should lead to something bigger, well then, I would be the worst reporter in the realm if I did not pursue it. Yes, we can argue about this now, or we can return to the Prima Vista and report to our army of adventurers that it is time to begin the expedition. I humbly suggest the latter. You see, it is as I said, brother, let them come to us. Should we kill them now? No, the time is not right. When has that stopped us before? Fool, do you see that one? Slayer of gods, they call him. Warrior of lights. let's get the blood flowing. Royal city of Rabanastor. guess I was in that. Alright. I'm dumb. What is going on? Oh my god. Oh, I can't move. Oh my god.
Disturb the slumber of Arda Fadalfos, rightful king of Ivalice. Descendants of House Beowulf? Then by my sword shall I banish your souls to the deepest hell. dog who bares his teeth before his master.
Ooh.
Where am I? This body. It is not my own. Oh gods, what have I done? Save me! Ramza! Save me!
Okay. Where am I? Father, Ramza, and the Warrior of Light. Yes, I know of you, but that you should come to my rescue, words fail me. A poor playwright I must seem. The term you're looking for is thank you, upon which note, I, a Bagamnan bounty hunter, do humbly thank you, Warrior of Light, for delivering me this fine gift. Now, hand over the Orosite, unless you wish to see the desert sands turned red, and be quick. Gijuk here does not have the steadiest of hands. That one, she will bring it to me. This is it, the Duma. And to think we found it so close to Doma, the Duma of Doma. Enough, Wagi. We do not have our guests think us underbred. You have what you want, you thieving lizards. Now unhand him. Of course, a Banga is always true to his word. I will be keeping this, though. You've only yourselves to blame for this, but if you mislike the thought, you could always blame the gods, not that they are listening. Get up, fool, we're leaving. You're going to be alright. We cannot see your father's hurts here. Come on, we must get him back to the Prima Vista. Ooh. Genomus remains deep in slumber, but his breathing is steady and his fever has subsided. For now, all you can do is wait. I've sent word to Sid. I hope you don't mind. Alma Ramza, can you ever forgive me? And you, Sid, it was never my intention to put you in such trouble. I am ever in your debt. You would have done the same for me, Genomus. Besides, it was Ken here who went to all the trouble. If anyone deserves your thanks, it's him. He is right. I have done naught to deserve your kindness, yet I am its benefactor nonetheless. So if I understand correctly, you're saying Orosite does not work to facilitate the possession of a living host by an icon, as was assumed to be the case with Isael and the Archbishop. Work to facilitate the possession of a living host by an icon. But rather absorbs the host's ether, its very soul, and somehow transforms it before returning it to the host's body. If that is the case, our Charlian allies will need to be informed immediately. But I suppose the real question here is, did you find what you came looking for? The legend would have us believe that Delita Hyrule, the commoner who would be king, was the sole hero of the Zodiac Brave story. But as I have discovered, there was another. Two others, in fact. Siblings whose roles faded from subsequent retellings of the story. A brother and a sister, by the names of Ramza and Alma. Then, to prepare for this assignment, I pored over every published work on Ivalisan legend I could lay my hands on, and nowhere did I find any mention of these siblings. But I did. I uncovered irrefutable evidence that Delita had a close companion named Ramza, who aided him in his rise to power. This in turn led me to Alma, and that I might never lose sight of the truth, I named my own children after these lost players. I'm sorry I never told you any of this, Sid, but you must believe me. Ivalice has never been a mere pastime of mine. It is, and forever will be, my calling, my purpose, my family's purpose. Go on. The world knows me as Genomus Sen Lexentale, yet that is but my stage name. My true name is Arizlam Durai. Countless generations past, it was my ancestor who penned the Durai Papers, an account of Ivalice and the War of the Lions that details what truly occurred during that turbulent era. You are tired, father. Rest. I will continue. Long ago, an orphan by the name of Oran Durai crossed paths with both Ramza and Delita. After Delita's rise to power, Oran found himself in the service of the pauper become king. Following the War of the Lions, Oran believed the people of Ivalice had a right to know the truth of Ramza's involvement, and set about documenting his deeds. When the church learned of his intent, however, they branded him a heretic and had him burned at the stake. The Durai papers were never published, and any existing copies were gathered and sealed away in church vaults, the truth about Ivalice along with them. What was so damning that it would drive the church to do such a thing? The answer to that question can be found in this book, the only surviving transcript of my ancestors' chronicle, copied from an early draft and passed down for untold generations. With this, my father and I plan to reveal the truth and restore honor to my family name. Forbidden Chronicles, a secret family legacy. Not that I doubt you, TheTrueOromis, but how do you expect to convince people of all this when well nigh every soul in the realm believes Ivalice to be nothing but a bedtime story? By proving that it is anything but, and when people see that Ivalice was real, the rest will fall into place. Were it as simple as bringing forth the chronicle and submitting it for review, we would of course have done so long ago, but alas it is not. The Durai papers you see are written in High Ivalicen, an ancient tongue long extinct. My father, his father, and his father before him labored tirelessly to decipher this tome, but for want of other sources made only fitful progress. A word here, a phrase there. It wasn't until a recent expedition to Rabanastre turned up several well-preserved artifacts that we were able to translate a small portion of the papers. Then the diary stolen by the Banga bounty hunters. I'm afraid so. Everything we had learned of the language was contained in those pages. Then we're back to where we started. Not necessarily. We still have the transcript, as well as some few translated passages, and of course my father's impeccable memory. I have come too far to allow so simple a setback to deter me from my purpose. I will show the world the truth if it is the last thing I do. It is as Master Garland said. He is a man obsessed, and I fear Ivalice's grip on him will only grow tighter. Father was fortunate to escape Rabanastre with his life, and already he speaks of continuing his quest. Promise me you'll keep him safe, please. After what I've seen here, I'm all but convinced that Ivalice exists, at least in some form. The problem will be gathering sufficient evidence to convince the thousands of scholars and historians who have based their careers on the presumption that it doesn't. Not that I've ever been one to shy away from a challenge, especially when that means the story of the century. If you're in, Ken, then I'm in. If you're not in, well, I'm still in. Either way, you'll be hearing from me again soon. That much I promise. Ken, where in the world have you been? Did you not receive Alma's summons? Principal Lexentale's research into the Orosite might finally have borne fruit. We must hurry to the Prima Vista before they embark on some grand and perilous adventure without us. Ken, Lady Murila, thank you for answering my summons. Master Garland was kind enough to send for an Archon from Charlia, and I thought it only right that you be present to hear her findings. To be frank, summoning Mikoto was more Ishola's idea. I simply came along to see what light she could shed on this mystery. I am Mikoto of House Jinba, a dolmen through my years Though my years in Charlian have made me a stranger here, you must be Kenkatsu, fabled liberator of men, slayer of false gods, warrior of light. I thought you'd be taller. Let us speak of the crystal. The Odious, one of but many Orosite shards that aided noble Delita's rise to regent. My apologies. The Odious is no ordinary crystal, even discounting its obvious historical importance. The specimen is more than a simple manifestation of elementally aspected energies. It is rather an ethereal lodestone whose facilitation of both the absorption and transmission of distant frequencies NRR-type harmonic vibrations has been observed to promote ethereal amplification. The resultant neuroharmonic disturbance allows for a highly unique emittance of CPRS waves that, instead of radiating outward with its determinate factor of dispersal, instead resonate inward at a frequency so labored my estimates place the rate of VRT decay at upwards of several centuries, though I must admit I lack sufficient variates to complete a truly comprehensive graphical assessment. While that explanation may elicit admiring nods from your professors at the academy, it will earn you only blank looks here. Take a deep breath and try again, this time in the language those of us without the echo might comprehend. My apologies, I merely thought... Apologies will see us no nearer to an answer. A simpler explanation will. Right, simpler. Aether is not only the building block of all things material, but those immaterial as well. Thoughts, memories, feelings, one's very will are all understood to be ethereal phenomena and can be measured as such, unlike most crystals, which can only emanate elemental energies. Orosite is tuned not only to absorb ether, but ether specific to the immaterial. That ether is then stored and multiplied within its crystalline confines until external stimuli precipitate release. Try again. Under appropriate conditions, a strong will or desire can become imprinted upon the orosite and stored until fomentation, at which time the desire becomes manifested. Fomentation? What my studious young friend is trying to say is that the odious takes one's deepest fantasies and make them reality. Ah, yes, that is simpler. You may choose to think of it as a process akin to that of summoning a primal. There being one marked difference, primal summoning requires a supplemental energy source, such as a horde of elementally charged crystals. Orosite, on the other hand, has the capacity to serve as its own source of power. Yet the Argoth encountered during the recent expedition carried himself as if he had been crowned regent. I believe this was merely the Orosite in his possession, making men realizing his desire to rule. I am informed that he uttered the same words over and over again for the duration of the confrontation which unfolded. If that is the case, it's possible that it was not actually Argoth who uttered them, but the Orosite itself. If the Durai papers are accurate, Argoth was a weak and petty noble who believed that his blood entitled him to power. The Orosite took that belief and twisted it into the abomination we, Ken put to the sword. Then are you saying the crystal could prove a threat? The Orosite, Alma, and not necessarily. Ramza seemed to fare well enough. There is no record of the young regent being manipulated by the artifacts he gathered. In the hands of the just, the Orosite should prove harmless, even beneficial. To paraphrase, it is not the weapon that kills, but the one who wields it. Now where have I heard that before? Oh yes, it was Emperor Galvus' justification for taking the marvels of Magitech and applying them to the manufacture of arms, where, after all, was the harm if it allowed him to bring order to the three great continents. You draw an intriguing parallel, Master Garland. The properties of these crystals are so singular, I do begin to wonder if they, like Magitech, are products of science and not nature, that they were created by somebody to... But who? What manner of person would even be capable of such a feat? Now that is an interesting question, the answer to which I look forward to hearing. Regrettably, I have pressing matters to attend to elsewhere. Fear not, however, Mikoto's insight will prove far more beneficial than anything I might accidentally contribute. Good day to you all. What I don't understand is, if the Duma was imprinted with Argoth's deepest desires, then whose desires are rattling about inside the Odious? I had the self-same question, and thus conducted a thorough inspection of the crystal upon my arrival. The results were inconclusive. Traces of ethereal activity were present, but to all intents and purposes the vessel was empty. Empty. But what of the voices I heard? Voices? I heard nothing of the sort. The only voices you heard, Alma, were in your stubborn head. Ramza, why won't you... Shall we speak of voices, then? What of yours, Alma, our resident voice of dissent? You have done naught but question the wisdom of our research from the moment we left Garlemald. Would you put your petty worries above our family's calling? No, I would never. You would never? Then why invoke a gossip monger, a goody two-shoes, and this flying mole? Please tell me you can see that. Am I interrupting? Oh, please do go on. My acceptance into your fine troops' ranks can wait until all have said their piece, Kupo. Guards, get this Mont Blanc. The name is Mont Blanc, denizen of Damascus Desert, seeker of thrills, adventurer extraordinaire. But you may call me Mont Blanc, Kupo. Damascus has long been known as a melting pot for myrid cultures, where minor races such as the Sikh, the Banga, and the Viera might live in relative harmony with the Hur, Elzin, and others. Yet there is no record of a prominent Mughal population. Most likely because we are neither prominent nor populous. My people are nomadic by nature, ever drawn to the elusive frontier and the freedom she promises, Kupo. A Mughal? Of course I'm a Mughal, Kupo. You'd think the adorable wings and the fluffy palm would give it away. Now, about my admission into the Majestic. I will allow no such thing. The Majestic is the Empire's premier theater company. We will not sully its good name by granting refuge to a fluttering ball of fur. And furthermore, how in the world did this abomination board the Prima Vista in the first place? By means of his wings, were I to guess. As for his admission to our company, I do not seem to recall race, creed, or allegiance on my list of prerequisites, do you? No, father. Very well, then. Mont Blanc, what What is it exactly that calls you to the stage? Our stage. What else? The Zodiac Brave story, Kupo. Never before have I witnessed something so amazing, so moving. Sitting, well, technically hovering there, in the audience as the story unfolded around me, I knew I was witnessing something special. Something positively transcendental. Kupo. It was then that I realized I either had to be part of it, or go to my grave a bitter and broken Moogle. Was this realization before or after you swore you simply had to become the realm's greatest marauder, Kupo? Herdy, how did you? Perhaps you'd have a more success at running away if you didn't reveal your grand designs to every other fool you happened to meet, Kupo. Was it not but 20 nights ago you took up the axe, Kupo? Now here you are, professing your passion for the stage before carving even a single notch in your haft? Do you not remember? To he who churns the butter goes the sweetest bread? But how is what to savor said buttered bread if his head is in the belly of a fearsome beast? You accuse me of giving up when I merely came to the realization that continuing would end in failure. Only through a change of course could I reach my final destination, Kupo. And that destination is what? Mummer? Are you sure it is not Geomancer? Arithmetician? Templar? Do not bother answering, Kupo. We all know you'll be singing a different tune come cockcrow. That is where you are mistaken, Herdy. I was destined to be a thespian. I can feel it in my fur. The role of Delita was made for me. Made for me, Kupo. Kupo, 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 enough! The actors in our company trained at the Empire's finest institutes. They represent the pinnacle of the profession, not only in Garlemald, but across the entire world. A vagrant bat-mole like you could never hope to share the stage with such artists, let alone play the part of a hero like Delita. You yourself admitted you were too craven to face a solitary beast. How do you imagine you would fare against a pack of theater critics? Any troupe would need proof of valor before it could even consider. Craven? Call me a cheat and call me cur, but do not, sir, call me Craven. I accept your challenge. Slay but one foul beast by mine own hand, and the Majestic Theater Company will accept me into its ranks, Kupo. Wait, I issued no such. You are all here witnesses, Kupo. When I return with the head of a terrible beast in my gore-stained hands, you will honor bound to welcome me. Mont Blanc the Mummer, in the fabled ranks of the Majestic. Good day. Wonderful. What do we do now? What do? We do nothing. If that Batmole wishes to throw himself on the horns of a stampeding Zoe, I will not stand in his way. I believe the proper term of, derogation is molebat, and I should warn you, Moogles do not take kindly to those who use it. Why must you always put yourself above others, brother? Did you learn nothing from Argoth's wretched example? Mont Blanc would never set off on this fool's errand had you not made the challenge. If anything befalls my brother, his blood will be on your hands. Ken, you are the only one among us capable of locating Mont Blanc and preventing disaster. On behalf of my brother, I beg your assistance. My brother can be rather simple-minded when it comes to such matters. Thinking to impress the Warrior of Light and his companions, Mont Blanc would likely choose the scene of your recent exploits to prove his worth. Meaning Rabanaster, if I'm not mistaken. Pardon my language, but that Ramza really is an incurable little prick, is he not? How dare he speak to his sister and the Moogle in that manner? I couldn't decide which was worse, the things he said, or the way the principal sat back and let him say it. But I suppose it is none of our concern. For now, let us concentrate on the task at hand. Finding that Moogle before he does something we'll all regret. Let's say we start nearby. Pier 2, perhaps? The Falcon Porter tells us they set a traveling blacksmith away to Yangtze and not a Bell Pass. And why would that be of interest to us, you ask? Because said peddler of iron and steel was seen to be carrying a bad stuffed to the brim with, and I quote, albino mole fur and purple bat wings. Mont Blanc. Not that we look like that, Kupo. The quickest route into Damaska is via the One River and its western tributaries. If Mont Blanc is bound for Rabanastre, he will seek passage from the Glittering Basin. Mont Blanc, what were you thinking? Have you any idea what you put your brother through? He has been worried sick. Both Herdy and Ramsel were right all along. I am a failure, a flop, a flailing, flapping, foppish failure, Kupo. How could I play the part of a hero if I cannot even ruffle the feathers of a single measly bird? The audience would see right through me like the spineless jellyfish I am. Now wait, Mont Blanc, not everyone can be a hero, not even most heroes. Yes, the bards sing of the man who deals the final blow, but what of his cadre of loyal companions? Do you think Delita united Evilise on his own? Do you think Ken here was alone when he liberated Alamigo? Not all wars are won on the front lines. But of course they are not. Every campaign needs its brilliant architect. The mastermind who moves the pieces across the board. I, Mont Blanc, can be that mastermind. That was quick. Let's not dwell on the details. The day is saved and Mont Blanc has escaped sand, scratch, or singe to show for it. We should return to the Prima Vista before our luck runs out. Please, this ship is a place of peace. Release my sister, or you will answer to me. When the cat's away. Put that damnable thing down, Ramza. You're not helping matters. We have no quarrel with you or yours. We only seek aid in finding our leader, Bagamnan. You seek our help. You who threatened to kill my father, who stole his work and made fools of us all. Never. Silence, Ramza. They have Alma. We will hear what they have to say. As I said, we have no quarrel with you. We only did what was necessary to secure an audience. We surrender our weapons and offer your journal as an act of good faith. This is all rather a lot to digest, but your claims do coincide with what we have learned about the Aura site. You're saying that Crystal did something to our captain? After being emptied of Agrath's will, the Duma sought that of another to sate its appetite for Aether. You're saying that crystal ate our captain? Not his body, no, only his soul. His soul? Tell me, what in your opinion was your leader's deepest desire? What was it they longed for above all else in the world? Why waste your breath reasoning with these lizards? They showed themselves for the beasts they are when they put a knife to your throat. First mole bats, now lizards. This one's tongue is pure poison. The boy can call us what he pleases. For our past failings, we deserve no better. Your failings? 30 summers have come and gone, yet not a night goes by that I do not wake in sweat at the memory. We were fusiliers in the Damascus army, stationed in the royal stronghold at Nalbina. Nalbina fortress was reputed to be impenetrable. Its fall to the 4th Legion proved a turning point in the Imperial campaign, dealing a crushing blow to Dalmascan morale and ultimately marking the beginning of the kingdom's end. Bagamnan was our captain, and once it was clear the day would not be ours, Prince Razler, commander of the garrison at Nalbina, tasked him with one final mission. Our unit was to escort His Highness's twin sister, the Princess Ashelina, away from the fortress, and thence to safety, but things did not go as planned. I still remember the words she uttered as she lay dying in the captain's arms, but a stone's throw away from where the Garamsith waterway drains into the sea. Even as the fog of death descended upon her, she smiled and told us, the very people who had failed her, to survive. For as long as even a single Damascan stood, our nation would never truly perish. But it should not have been us who survived. By failing to protect our charge, we betrayed the princess and her memory, and brought shame upon our race. So yes, we are naught but cold-blooded lizards, deserving of whatever scorn you deign to heap on us. I think we may safely assume a deep-seated hatred towards the invaders of his homeland, coupled with self-loathing born from a sense of powerlessness. The darkness that lurks in the heart of Bog-Omnan is little different from that which drove Argath, the self-same emotion that was to nourish the Duma. Stop speaking in riddles, Charlian. She's saying your brave captain will eventually turn into a monster, or rather more of one. Garlean lies. What they say is true. If we do not find Bog-Omnan and the Duma soon, none of us are safe, present company included. Do you have any ideas where he might have gone? Any at all? Wait, look at this. Something has been added to the final page of my journal. Then the captain must have put it there. Only he had access to it. Until we found it in the pack he left behind, that is. Is this Dalmascan? Indeed it is. It says Ridorana. The lighthouse. Why would he write that? And in the old man's journal, no less. There is a place on the Valnard Sea, far to the south of Rabanastre, where the ocean tumbles into a gaping maw more than a mile across, the Ridorana Cataract. Legend would have us believe that it is the entrance to the Hell of Water. Many a scholar seeking to prove otherwise has descended into the chasm, some even by airship, but not a one has returned. I must admit to knowing little of Ridorana save that which Lady Mikoto shared with us. Before we expend valuable time and resources traveling to so remote a place, I must review my notes and see if there's any mention of the Abyss. We shall send for you soon as we learn aught of interest. Ridorana is proving to be quite the enigma. With every answer comes countless new questions. This may take longer than I expected, but you are doubtless eager to know why I requested your presence. Our resident dramatage mentioned that there was something he wished to ask of you. As my work here is far from complete, I wonder if you might not indulge the man while we wait. There's few so loath to take their rest than venturers without a quest, for shorn of work to give them worth, they soon become a source of mirth. Venture will find me in time, quoth the man idling in an airship. Oh, but it has, my friend, it has. My colleagues tell me that if one in this land ever needs an item fetched, that you are the man to speak to. I find this philanthropic compulsion fascinating, and so, in the entrance of research into my next play, let's say, I seek to put said compulsion to the test. Assuming you are game, of course. Bring me a bottle of wine, but not just any wine. Make it rose-themed, and make it Eorzean. I've had my fill of the bitter blends offered here in the East. Where to start? Oh, if only there was some port where thirsty Eorzeans went for their wine, you would surely be speaking be speaking with its foremost blind Lalafelian Vinter and not here with me. Okay. Soy and spice, sprinkled with a subtle subcorn of the steppe. You have traveled far, my friend. What is it you seek here in Wineport? A rose-themed wine. You would be hard-pressed to find a wine that did not display some hint of rose, so we can assume that your client was not referring to a desired bouquet. Perhaps a name, or label, or a bottle. Yes, I seem to recall a certain vintage rosé sold in crystal bottles with a single red rose on the label. Alas, I have nothing as rare amongst my personal stock. As for who might, well, there's always, Berglinant, I suppose. Pah, only an uncultured fool would select a wine based solely on its bottle. As it happens, however, said fool would be undeservingly rewarded with one of Valbrand's best wines were he to select a vintage Sud Viandra. Not that your client would have the palate to properly appreciate its depth and complexity. But let us disperse with the pretense. You are the fool in question, and do not bother to deny it. A fool who has aimed too high. One of your standing could live 1,000 lifetimes and still not amass the wealth required to purchase even an empty bottle. Oh, price is no object, is it? Ha! Even if I believed you, and I do not, I have a reputation to uphold as a vinter and viticulturist. Were my clients to learn I was peddling the choice of my collection to the likes of you, they would never do business with me again. Alright, just to see the back of you, I shall do you the kindness of directing your steps unto one who might take pity in your plight, assuming he does not find amusement with it. Master Gajaruju of Costa del Sol, but do not tell him I sent you. Oh, you are serious? You do realize one could purchase an entire estate in mist for the price of a single bottle, or 5 estates for the price of 5 bottles, which happens to be the number of bottles of Sudviandra I have in my collection. Now, I am not an unreasonable man. Let none say the venerable Gengaruju does not value a friendship as deep as the one you and I have forged. So in my boundless generosity, I offer you the opportunity for a trade. A bottle of vintage Sud Viandra for a mere magnum of fine Dalmascan. Never heard of the stuff, and I thought I was talking to a fellow connoisseur. I pity the poor Vinter back in Wineport who will have to educate you. Until then, my friend, the offer stands. First Sudviandra and now Damascan wine. Might I interest you in an aged Lamensian red instead? No, I thought not. Well then, you have your work cut out for you. There was a time Damascan wine was fairly easy to procure, even here in Vilbrand. But that was before the Empire raised the better part of the kingdom, vineyards and all. If there are any surviving bottles, it would be those that were exported before the Imperial invasion. Over 30 summers passed, though I've not encountered any in a decade or more, either at auction or in private hands. Collectors are covetous creatures. If one were to somehow acquire a bottle, there is little chance he would be willingly part with such a treasure, which leaves only those brought over a few Damascus refugees, those brought over by a few Damascus refugees who fled to Eorzea. Can't sleep. They won't let me. The midges won't let me. They buzz and they scream. They scream as they burn, but I just stand there and listen to their screams, their buzzing. Why won't it go away? Why won't it go away? I know you. You were here before. You sent away the midges. They came back, though. They always come back. They mock me. Tell me I can never go home. I just want to go home. I cannot stand it here anymore. Wine. My wife loved wine. We would drink a glass of Valens every night before sunset. She would always keep the cork. I always thought that odd. What good is a cork? Toss it in the midden heap along with the bottle, I'd say, but she... There you find several empty wine bottles amongst the rubbish. One in particular calls out to you. Take it to Shamani Lomani to confirm its origins. I was dressed. I do hope your visit did not disquiet the poor soul. So you have brought me an empty bottle. Ah, what is this? The cork remains in place. That is most fortunate. If an adequate seal was made, then there may still be traces of the wine within. May I? Flamboyant, yet elegant. A thought-provoking blend of kukuru beans and cinnamon with just a hint of... Is that rosemary? A veritable kaleidoscope of both opulence and refinement. Long has it been since I last encountered a bouquet of such complexity, yet I recall it as if it were yesterday. Without question, this bottle once held a Damascus Le Monde red by the name of Valens. To think that I would have the opportunity to experience it again after so many summers. But I suspect Master Gegoruju will not be as satisfied with a sniff as I. Now, one without scruples might see the empty bottle as a basis for a ruse. One man's ruse is another man's keikaku. Over the years, I have had numerous dealings with the Lord of Costa del Sol, and while he is many things, an expert on wines is not one of them. Not that it would matter if he were. Men of his standing invariably find more joy in boasting of their acquisitions than in consuming them. In all likelihood, Master Gegaruju will never even open the bottle, rendering the provenance of its contents practically irrelevant. But where are my manners? These forays back to western climes always bring out the barbarian in me. It is a pleasure, Ken. Lest you wonder at my presence here, my employers see promise in the Hengen wine trade and desire the establishment of a viable route twixt east and west. I am come to see their plan to fruition. But returning to your dilemma, I believe that I may be of assistance. I just so happen to have on my person several sample bottles of Hengen wine made with grapes similar to those once found in Damascus. For a close acquaintance, I would be more than willing to part with one that he might fill in his empty vessel. But that would be unjust. As a maker of wine, I cannot allow it. Master Gegaruju has cozened more of his clients than he can count. How do you think the man amassed his fortune? By playing fair? Would that the world were thus. But I am here to tell you it is not. So, it is decided then. We shall employ deceit as our morally justified means to a happy end. Wait, this is a fool's errand. Then let us be glad our quarry is a fool himself. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must go and tell the gentle citizens of Wineport why they should be drinking Hengen. Good day. By the gods, you actually found one. A bottle of Damascus wine. Oh ho, we might uncork it right away. Yes, a lush bouquet of herbalicious dignification coupled with earthen undertones and, so forth. In short, the very epitome of a Damascus red. Yes, you have outdone yourself this time, Ken. And a promise is a promise. Ladies, the bottles of Sud Viandra, if you please. Take whichever you fancy, except for the one with the rose. That is my favorite. Or whichever you fancy. They say a rose is a rose is a rose. So tell me, adventurer, is that a rose in your pocket, or are you just simply here for small talk? A bottle of vintage Sud, Viandra. You never cease to amaze. But what is most amazing is your impeccable sense of timing. Today marks the 12th anniversary of the day I met my dear wife, and if there was one thing she loved more than wine, it was roses. Why, that she were here today to... Ah, but I jest. My wife is very much alive, in fact. She's been here with us all along. Darling, would you come to join us? For me? How thoughtful. But did you... forget the most important gift of all? Of course not. Bacon bread, the perfect companion to a perfect wine. For my perfect companion. Oh, darling, I think this might be our best anniversary yet. That played out better than I imagined. I suppose I have you to thank, adventurer, though it was the bacon bread that sealed the... Ah, yes, it is... Is that Principal Genomus I hear calling? Perhaps he's made some progress with his research and requires your assistance. You had best not keep him waiting. I hope these past few turns with the sun have proved as productive for you as they have for us. We have much to share. That's kind of a random fetch quest, but alright. Ridorana is the name of both a massive gap in the southern Valnard Sea and the lighthouse once manned by the Royal Damascus Navy to prevent ships from succumbing to the cataract's currents. I stress once manned, as the tower has lain empty since its candlekeeps abandoned their post after the fall of Rabanastre. But if Pharaoh Cyrus offers any indication of what can befall a lighthouse in the absence of its caretakers... Yes, but the real question is how all of this ties in with the Evelician legend. A cursory examination of the Zodiac Brave story reveals no mention of the Ridorona. Yet it seemed foolish to assume that a name could not change in the centuries since the tale was writ. So I thought to cross-reference texts on modern Isabardian history with our translations of the Durai papers. And after an exhaustive re-examination of my ancestors' notes, I discovered that there was not a single entry on Ridorana. And while mention of the Valnard Sea was abundant, I found no reference whatsoever to any cataract or lighthouse within its waters. Ramses' discovery prompted me to examine the mystery from a different perspective. What if there were no mystery at all? What if at the time of Delita's rise, the chasm did not yet exist? There is more, but only a visit to the lighthouse will enable us to confirm our theories with any certainty. The Ridorana Lighthouse lies far from civilization. You would be wise to provision for the trip here in Hingashi. An adventurer always comes prepared. Of course. Did I like the game? It's like it's okay. I mean, I'll drink it. It's not like amazing. It's better than water, but like I won't go out and buy it. But if you accidentally get some, I'll drink it definitely. Something is very wrong here. Drop it off. Yeah, I'll like I said, I'll definitely drink it. Mayhap it is best if we split our fellowship into two parties, one to delve into the tower steps, and one to observe from afar. As acting expedition sub-leader, I appoint you captain of the first. You may use this spyglass to aid in your search for the missing lizard. Damn it, brother, where are you? This location appears to offer an adequate view. Climb up and scan the area for any signs of Bagumnan. You found him. Let me see. He needs our help. Prince Wrestler, Princess Ashelia, I know you cannot forgive me. Nor should you. It is all my fault. I could not save you. Could not save anyone. Anyone but myself. I am so sorry. Bagamna, wait! Traitors, have you no pride? You treat with the very men who laid waste to our homeland. You are mistaken, brother. There are no Imperials here. We've come to help. I know what I see. My own kin sided with the enemy. How dare you stay my audience with the princess? The Duma. It has him, Kubo. It's showing him what he wants to see. Witch! Murderess! Gunfire? Bagamnon! So this is the end. Recite the words, satisfy the covenant, relinquish thy soul unto me, and be granted that which thou dearest most in all the world. Sword in hand, a warrior clutches stone to breast. Look at me, brother, look at me! In sword etched he his fading memories. Don't die, don't you die, not yet. In stone his tempered skill. We promised we'd all go together when our time came. You can't leave us here. By sword attested, by stone revealed. That light, where have I seen it before? Oh no. Whatever you are doing, you need to leave the lighthouse right away. Right away, do you hear? It is as we feared, then. Bagamnon's soul is lost. Much as I wish it were otherwise, I fear Bagamnon is beyond saving. Yet we cannot suffer what is left of him to become a distraction. Father, is now not the time to abandon this quest? We are meddling with forces beyond... Enough, Alma. We adults are talking. While Ken was searching for the lizard, I inspected an area of exposed foundation at the base of the lighthouse. And you were right, Father. The lighthouse is built squarely atop the ruins of what can only be the clockwork city of Gog. The what-work city of who? According to the Zodiac Brave story, the clockwork city of Gog was a metallic metropolis wherein airships, automata, and other technological marvels of the age were first conceived. Little is said about its location, however, save that it was far away. While the dry papers do not say a great deal more, they do mention that the land upon which the legendary city was built was severely limited, an inconvenience that forced its inhabitants to build up rather than out. Which led me to ask myself, what if the reason land was limited was because the land in question was an island? But that would not explain the omission of the cataract. It is inconceivable that the authors would neglect to mention so prominent a landmark had it existed. And then I found it, a lone passage regarding Gog's fall, while the particulars were missing. It appears the city was abandoned after an explosion left half of it in ruin. I believe that this explosion may have undermined a portion of the seabed. It need only have been a small area at first, one that could well have gone unnoticed during the Exodus. As time passed, however, the waters would have continued to wear away at the rock, slowly widening the gap until we have what lies beneath us today. This would explain why there is no mention of Ridorona prior to the present era. Come, Father, will you not tell them the rest of the possibility that we Garleans are descended, in part from the displaced citizens of Gog? It would explain how the Empire was able to forge its armies of iron even before the discovery and application of Valagan technology. And it may also explain why the legend of Ivalice has resonated with our people for centuries, despite the fact that the Lost Kingdom was, as far as we can tell, in quite a different corner of the world. An interesting, if somewhat ambitious theory, but to return to your original claim, it is your belief that the Ridorana lighthouse stands atop what is left of... that necklace. Where did you get it, girl? It was my mother's. Your mother's? It was my late wife's most cherished possession. Why do you ask? Bagamnan had a talisman he would wear beneath his jerkin. He refused to take it off, even when bathing. He said it was special. I only saw it a few times, but it looked exactly like the one your daughter wears. And, what are you implying, Lizard? That my sister stole it? Or my late mother? Neither. I spoke of the similarity, that is all. Can you believe the nerve of this boy? Enough, Remza. Our guests are merely concerned for the well-being of their kin. But what of our kin? What of them, Ramza? Do you imagine our kin to be better than theirs in some way? Or anyone else's, for that matter? I apologize, Father. We have but one purpose, son, and that is to prove the existence of Ivalice and clear our family's name. Do not allow anger or hate to lead you from that path. Now we have a lost city to explore. Bum 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 dun 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 dun. Ooh! Incoming conjurer, there's a 30% chance to receive DOM-specific materia. Oh, nice! Squadron level. A close call by all accounts, but the squadron has returned safely from its deployment. Not everyone comes back from a mission like that, and the accolades have been flooding in from our sister companies. You should be proud, Commander. Woo! My squad is beast. Your squadron has attained rank 3. You now have access to higher difficulty priority missions. Completing priority missions earns you special rewards, so be sure to deploy your squadron on these challenging duties. Be aware, however, that a successful completion will lock access to other priority missions until the timer resets. Priority mission status is reset every Tuesday at 4 a.m. Ah, and before I forget, there was one other matter to which we must attend. We've reached a missive from the Hall of Flames regarding your performance, if you'll permit me. For outstanding efforts in the Adventurer Squadron Initiative, Lieutenant Katsuo is hereby promoted to First Flame Lieutenant, effective immediately. A letter of promotion, congratulations, Commander, and very well deserved, I must say. Nice! First Flame Lieutenant. My boys are decked out. Okay. Greetings, Commander. Let's see. Squadron Survival Manual. Increases XP earned from gathering activities. Squadron Rationing Manual. Increases meal effect duration. Ooh, I like this one. So I am here, First Flame Lieutenant. Okay. Ken, hero of the resistance. Do you have business with me? A letter from Witchard. I have not heard from him in quite some time. I see. As touching as the sentiment is, I will not be joining him at Alamigo. It has been 2 decades since we last called Alamigo home. There are those of us who were but children when we first arrived in Thalanan who now have children of their own, children who have never set foot in Alamigo. And the elderly among us are unable to make the trip, no matter how much they wish to. I cannot abandon these people. As leader of Little Alamigo, I owe it to them to stay as well. That said, I am certain there are plenty among our younger residents that do wish to assist Witchard. I too believe that it will be vital in rebuilding our nation. Please ask if Witchard will be willing to accept them. I know it is a long journey back to Ralger's Reach, but while you are traveling, I shall see to it that those who wish to leave begin their preparations. He said so, did he? It is a shame, but I respect his decision. As for those who wish to join me, the more the merrier. I will take any help I can get. I shall begin making arrangements for their arrival this instant. Please tell my uncle as much. Safe journey to you. I have made a list of those that wish to make the move, though there are still a few who would yet make up their minds. It is not my place to hurry them into making such an important decision. For the time being, I have decided to send the first group to Alamigo and advance the rest. Could I ask you to help them make the journey? Speak with me again should you be willing to help. We're willing to help. Good to hear. There's something I wish to discuss with you while the first group packs up their belongings. I've been thinking a lot about Willard of late, how he lost his life fighting for the Crystal Braves. I've been holding on to his sword ever since his passing. He, more than anyone, burned with a strong desire to take back Alamigo, which is why I would like to send his sword with the group. That part of him might finally go home. I have a mind to entrust you and Bertliana with this task. She has been friends with Wilred ever since they were but children. Here is his blade. Take it to Bertliana. I can never forget to whom this blade belonged. Thank you for bringing it to me. But where are my manners? I know we have met before, but I have yet to introduce myself. I am Bertliana. I was good friends with Wilred. I had always hoped that if I lived to see Alamigo liberated, I could take his short sword there. I once heard from my grandmother that there was a spot in the locks where people honor their fallen comrades. I wish to take Wilred's sword there. I will be ready to depart as soon as I have packed this blade. She has endured many hardships, but none of them have stopped her from moving forward with her life. It took her a while to come to terms with Wilred's passing, but look at her now. She's better at organizing our young residents than I am. I am confident the two of you will do a fine job of commemorating Wilred's life. Once things have calmed down a bit, I too shall go and pay my own respects. At any rate, I imagine the first lot should be ready to depart now. I will give you a list of those who make up the group. Could you ask around to see if they have any concerns? I am sure none of them will have taken the decision to move lightly, but that does not mean they have no doubts. Try your best to ease any of their worries. I can rest at ease knowing you will be escorting us. This will be my first time heading out to Balsar's Wall in a while. Balasar's Wall in a while. Tell me, is the road there dangerous these days? It's not really that perilous. Really? Well, even if there are bandits lurking in the shadows, I am sure you will have no trouble protecting us. There are few warriors in our group, so I'm glad I had a chance to ask you about the road ahead. I will do my best to keep everyone safe from harm. My uncle told me all about Alamico. I bet I know more than you. I know there's lots of people live there. Wow, really? I mean, of course I already knew that. My uncle knows everything, so I do too. It'll be sad saying goodbye to all my friends here, but I know I can make new ones in Alamigo. I lived in Alamigo until I was 5 or so, the very age my own boy is now. I do worry whether or not he'll be able to adjust to a new life over there. He'll make new friends in no time. I suppose you're right. As long as he has friends, he'll be fine. Thank you for listening to my worries. I've dreamed of returning for so long, and yet now the moment is here. I find myself incredibly anxious. However, I know it will all work out somehow. I wonder if there will be work for me back in Alamigo. You can help everyone rebuild. Yes, I suppose they will need as many hands as possible to repair the damage done by the Empire. I may not have been able to fight against the Imperial forces, but I will do all I can to help rebuild my home. I always found it to be such a pretty area. I do hope the fighting has not damaged the city. There is some damage, but the city is fine. Well, I suppose some damage is only to be expected. Wars are not especially peaceful affairs, though frankly I am just glad I will be able to return to Alamigo at all. The state of the city matters not in the grand scheme of things. Assuming you two are ready, I would like to depart. I'll go round up everyone else now. Everyone is present and accounted for. It is a shame to see you go, but I have no doubts you will enjoy your new lives in Alamigo. Take care on the road, and I look forward to the day our paths cross again. Thank you, Gundabald. I am certain it will not be too long before we will be able to speak once more. Keep well. Our first destination is Castrum Oriens via the Black Shroud. Let us depart. We were able to make our way through the Black Shroud without any problems, thanks to the protection of the Wood Whalers. Only the Veladina River stands between us and Gira Albania now. We shall follow the path out of the forest and head eastwards. The Imperial army may be gone, but there's still plenty of beasts and bandits we need to be wary of. Should we be attacked, it shall be up to you to protect us. Thank you, Ken. To think that beasts now appear even here. Back when I lived in Alamigo, mercenaries would patrol the roads, protecting merchants and travelers from harm. If we are to resume trade with Gridania and Ul'dah, will also need to hire a force capable of keeping those who use these roads safe. Indeed, we shall not want for work upon arriving in Alamigo. There is yet plenty to be done. It is time we resumed our journey. We shall continue heading towards the east, aiming for a settlement called Radiata in the peaks. It seems everyone has begun to tire from the long journey. It may be time for us to take a slightly extended break. I had been so eager to see Alamigo again, I may have forced them to walk faster than I should have. However, we have already waited 20 years for this moment. Putting it off a little while longer should not be a problem. I think that is enough rest for now. Our next destination is the locks via Castrum Banya. From there, it will take hardly any time at all to reach Alamigo. Come on, everyone. We've come from Little Alamigo, hoping to help our fellow Alamigans rebuild our homeland. Please let us through. Sorry to say I can't let you pass without something that proves you are not an Imperial informant. Ken, why didn't you say something sooner? Of course you may pass. My sincerest apologies. I'm truly sorry for stopping you, but we have all been on high alert ever since we received word of these informants. I hope you'll be able to forgive me. Take care on your journey. Alamigo is close, but there are still plenty of creatures between here and there that seek to do you harm. Thank you for warning us, and do not worry about the misunderstanding. I have lost count of the number of times you have helped us now. Right, everyone, let's resume our march towards home. That Alliance soldier was right to warn us. That was a bit too close for comfort. Alamigo is in our sights now. Once we reach the city, we must find Gundobald's nephew, Witchard. This is no illusion. We're truly back in Alamigo. So this is Alamigo. It's amazing. It truly warms my heart to see you have all made it here safely. I am Gundobald's nephew, Witchard. Thank you for all your help as well, Ken. It is an honor to finally make your acquaintance, Witchard. My name is Bertliana. Your uncle tasked me with leading the first group from Little Alamigo. I was born and bred in Thalanen, so this is my first time seeing Alamigo. My parents often told me stories, but I never dreamed it would be quite so stunning. Welcome to the home of your ancestors. I am sure some of you are still worried about leaving your old lives behind. However, you need not fear. I swear on my uncle's life that you will enjoy living here. Allow me to thank you once more on behalf of everyone, Ken. We would not be here if it were not for your aid. As you are aware, not much time has passed since our city was liberated, but I am confident that once we have begun to rebuild in earnest, we will be able to start trading with other nations. It is my hope that Little Alamigo will be willing to act as an intermediary for us. That sounds like a fine deal. I'm certain they will be more than glad to help. Do you happen to know of a nearby cenotaph? My mother told me there was one not too far from Alamigo. Ah, yes, she must be referring to the Tomb of the Errant Sword. You will find it just to the north of the city. Historically, many Alamegans have worked as mercenaries. This naturally means that not an insignificant number of our people have died fighting in foreign lands. It is only right we have somewhere to pay our respects to them. Yes, of course. Thank you. Well, Red, can you see this new view as well? It is truly stunning. Crimson mountains, a sea of clouds, and a mighty fortress. It is just as Gundabald said. I just can't believe you're not here to see it too. I promise you, I will do everything I can to make sure future generations are able to live here in peace, just like you wanted. So please wait for me, wherever you are, just a bit longer. I cannot wait to tell you all about our wonderful homeland. Thank you, Ken. I will not take my new life in Alamigo for granted. It is a gift that Will Red never got a chance to receive. Do take care, and I hope to see you here again someday. Okay, so what do we got left here? Let's go. It's in Yangtze, so I have to travel to... Yangtze... This is in the back of a dead man's journal. I am sad to say I am not the woman you are searching for. However, I do know where she is. Follow me, I will take you to meet her. My sister rests peacefully beneath these trees nowadays. We lost both our parents during the Imperial invasion. As I was still but an infant, it fell on my sister's young shoulders to raise me. And that was far from being her only responsibility. She had to work day and night in order to keep me fed while paying the Empire's extortionary taxes. It was 5 years ago to the day that she fell ill from the strain, and she continued to wait for her beloved right up until she drew her last breath. I heard from my sister that he left Namai, as he was a major figure in the rebellion. He knew the Empire would have his head were he to remain here. Even knowing this, I am still unable to find it in my heart to forgive him. It was only out of respect to my sister's faith in her dearest that I decided to visit from time to time the area where they said they would meet again. Never did I expect things to conclude in this manner. I wish to compensate you for taking the trouble to deliver this news to me. Please come see me in the village. I have talked with the villagers, and it has been agreed that my sister's beloved will be buried next to her. At least they shall be reunited in death. Now that I know how he truly felt, I think I too have it in me to forgive him. I could not have done so were it not for your help. My sincerest thanks to you, kind stranger. Okay. Okay, so I need to go The Rio Rhino Lighthouse. You have to do math. Gotta calibrate. He sets your health to a thing, and then you gotta. I mean. Uh, Uh, I died like 4 times already. Holy shit. Ugh. It's so bad. But I've never done this before, so this is literally my first attempt.
Long have I waited for this moment, Garlean swine. Come! The blood of my fallen brothers feeds my hate!
What? I got... Like Woody from Toy Story trying to put the batteries in. What does that mean? Oh my god. Ah, shit. Make it. I think I made it. What?
You will pay for what you have done with blood.
I have no idea what's going on. This person's raced me like five or six times. What is going on? I'm so bad. Please don't die, please don't die.
Feel the wrath of my brothers.
Why am I being throwing off? What is going on? I don't get that mechanic. I have to be... Oh, come on. Okay, well... Holy Jesus.
But I shall be waiting next.
Oh my god. Mother's necklace. But what is it doing here? Unless... Oh, Alma, are you there? I'm here, Ramza. Extraordinary. The stones are different, but the craftsmanship is identical. However did it come to be in Ba-Gamnen's possession? Though they are indeed of a different shape, the stones appear to be cut from the same crystal. Oh, they are. Oversight. Oversight. And what makes you say that? Can't you feel it? You can feel it, can't you, Hurdy? Do you recall me telling you that Bahamon considered the necklace special? Bagamnin? It was special because it was entrusted to him by Prince Razler. He was to return it to Princess Ashelia upon delivering Her Highness from Nalbina Fortress. A family keepsake. Of course, and each necklace, each Orisite, has acted as a lodestone, drawing both of our parties closer and closer to Ivalice. Indeed, Father, the Orisite guides us. Ramza, are you recovered? Thank you, sister. I am well now. From what we know of the Duma and the Odious, vestiges of one's will may endure in an Orosite. Could it be then that the desire of the former owner or creator of these necklaces was simply to return to Ivalice? But who could that have been? Ramza. Ramza Bealuve. I wanted people to return to his homeland and uncover the truth behind the kingdom's founding. But then why show us Lasalia and Gog, you ask? Simple. We are being tested. The Orosite is measuring our worth, seeing if we are deserving of that truth. You say these things as if you knew them, but how could you? Nothing we have uncovered suggests anything of the kind. I know you have your doubts, but I can assure you they are misplaced. For now I must ask you to trust me, Lady Murilia. Lady Murilia? Since when did you... Oh, Ramza, are you feeling quite yourself? Of course I am, sister dearest. I have never felt better. I sense a disturbance in the aether. Father, these necklaces are gifts from the old gods who once watched over the Evilisians. It is proof we have their blessing. With the necklace and the Odious, we can finally prove... Thank you, Ken. I know not what came over me. Ramza, you must rest. Leave me be, Alma. Did I not tell you I'll be fine? Another adventure under our belts, eh, Ken? I'd best put pen to page before the details fade. Lasalia, and now Gog. One would think our discoveries more than sufficient to prove the Lexentale's claim, at least with regards to Ivalice's existence. But something tells me that till Genomus has proof that his ancestors were not the heretics the Church painted them to be, he will not rest. And then there is the curious case of Ramza, at almost throat one moment, all sister dearest the next. He was like a different person when he came to, yet I seem to be alone in wondering exactly what happened to him back at the lighthouse. If you ask this lady, he must have taken quite some bump to the head when he fell. Then again, it didn't take him long to turn back into his spiteful little self, so all's well that ends well. Greetings and salutations, Ken. I suppose you are wondering whether or not the good Genomus has finally determined where in the world our next adventure is to take us. The good news is he has. The bad news, however... Now, while it is not my nature to be so sensationalist, sensationalism is in my job description, so please bear with me when I tell you not all is right aboard the airship Lexentale. Something about Alma has me deeply worried. I would not trust this information in the hands of my publisher, let alone some sullen gate guard. Shall we continue our conversation on the Prima Vista, away from inquisitive ears? Okay. Do, 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 do. The question is then, where exactly did Ramza and his fellowship journey next? Ah, Kent, what do we owe this unexpected visit? I had not planned on summoning you for another several turns of the sun. I apologize if we have caused you any worry. I suppose one cannot allow a reporter in their midst and not expect her to report what she sees. Though I did expect a tad more discretion from Miss Marilia. Alma has, as of late, been experiencing difficulties with her health. Chirurgeons have been called upon to discern what exactly is it that ails her, but as far as I can tell, there is nothing physically wrong with my sister. The consensus is the rigors of an extended stay in a foreign land have taken their toll on her fragile heart. Ken, when did you? It is obvious you are not. You must return to your chambers and rest. Forgive me, perhaps we shall speak again once I regain my strength. Until then, please, look after my father. Now then, where were we? Ah yes, the matter of our next expedition. As we discovered during our most recent foray into the Easter Sands, the Damascan capital of Rabanastra appears to lie upon the ruins of what can only be the royal city of Lassalia, ancient capital of the lost kingdom of Ivalice. Shortly after, we stumbled across remnants of the legendary clockwork city of Golg, cleverly repurposed into a lighthouse overlooking the Redorian cataract, remnants which now sit suspended above the fathomless chasm. Lassalia, Golg. What have they in common, you ask? I shall tell you. They both appear in my ancestors' account of the rise of Ivalice, the Durai Papers. And with each new discovery, this forbidden chronicle is now proving Ivalician legend to be more fact than fairy tale. There is no denying the proof, and it is but a matter of time before scholars and historians from across the realm come to the same conclusions. But as you are all aware, my aim was never to simply prove the existence of Ivalice. No, I shall not rest till I have revealed the truth of young Ramza's role in King Dalida's ascension and cleared my ancestor Oran Durai of the false accusations made against him by the church. And what are we waiting for? I have a possible destination in mind. Arriving there safely, however, is another matter. To that end, I have enlisted the aid of our company's newest members. Despite my pleas to do otherwise, who knows what troubles those two will see us into. Though I must admit, both Montblanc and his brother have proven more useful than I would ever have dared to imagine. When it comes to usefulness, I am first in the field, or was it furriest in the field? Would you like to feel my fur, Kupo? And you wonder why Ramza despises you so, brother. They do all the work, and all you do is just, Kupo. But you are mistaken, Herdy. I bear neither you nor your brother any ill will. Any further ill will, that is. If anything, I owe you my thanks for your recent contributions. His thanks? Are you hearing what I'm hearing? What happened to the venom-spitting adder we all used to know and hate? Alma certainly seems pleased with the change, but forgive me for not buying into this all-too-convenient transformation. Simply showing the world that Evilise actually existed will not validate the claims chronicled in the Durai papers. That is correct, Father. The key lies with Ramza Boluv. If we can find evidence of his hidden role in history, it will prove Orin's testimony true and safeguard our family name from ridicule. Which is why I turned the focus of my research to Delita's forgotten companion and his actions during the War of the Lions. It was only then I discovered something most intriguing, an underlying struggle with an unknown force, a force with the power to bring about calamitous ruin. Orosite, the twisted abominations we encountered in both Lassalia and Gog, the Lucavi. They are born of these unholy crystals. While nobles of the north and south squabbled over Ivalice's crown, Ramza silently sought to rid the world of a darker evil. Evil manifest from the deepest desires of men and women whose minds had fallen prey to the Orosite. And with each confrontation did Ramza's fellowship grow smaller. Countless companions lost to a cause that would go unwritten, yet was far more important than any clash of armies. And so did they endure, until reaching their final destination, the Orbone Monastery. Oh, I know this one. The Orbone Monastery is where Princess Ovelia was raised. There is a scene about it in the Zodiac Brave story. After Delita emerged victorious in his final campaign, he married the princess to legitimize his claim to the throne of Ivalice. Ah, I see someone has been paying attention. But I don't understand. Why would Ramza's crusade against the Lucavi take him back there? According to the Durai papers, the sinister being who engendered the Orosite was said to have slumbered beneath the monastery. But who, or what, have the means to create something so powerful? Ultima, the High Seraph. A seraph? What's a seraph? Seraphs are believed by some to be servants of the gods, divine beings whose only purpose is to carry out the will of their immortal masters. As to whether or not Ultima can claim this title, however, I cannot say. Just as there were those who chose to worship Ultima and her otherworldly might, there were equally as many who feared the Visitor and her deadly magics, oft referred to her as the Angel of Blood for the carnage left in her wake. Interesting. What if the spell Ken claims to have experienced in the Praetorium, coincidentally also called Ultima, was, in fact, an Alagan interpretation of the very magics introduced to Hydaelyn by the High Seraph? But that would mean... what would that mean? I have spoken with several colleagues back in Charlian regarding their opinions on the ancient incantation, and while they have yet to show they have little to show for the research, they all agree on one thing: the manner in which Ultima ethereally manifests should not be possible, at least on Hydaelyn. So it would naturally make sense if we discovered that the Alagans learned the spell from a being not of this dimensional plane. As to exactly how they convinced the being to impart that knowledge unto them, not of this plane, what manner of creature are we talking about here? Likely one similar to Omega. How long have you been listening from the shadows, my friend? Long enough. I am here to deliver the item Mikoto requested. Sid, there was no need for you to deliver it personally. A Moogle would have sufficed. A Moogle? And trust that he won't tear open the package and show it to some random adventurer? No, this was far too important. If you two do not mind, the principal is about to tell us how to find the Orbone Monastery. Would that I could. You don't know? Then what have we been doing here? At ease, Lady, Murilia. The Durai papers speak of a cataract situated on the river Zershel, several leagues southeast of Rabanastre. There supposedly lies the monastery. Zershel is not a name you will find on any modern Dalmascan map. Rivers, however, especially ones as large as the Zershel, is established to be, are rare in a nation more than half claimed by the sand. The river we seek can only be that which bisects Golmor on the Naxian border. And for that invaluable information, we owe thanks to our brothers Mughal. Their travels have made them veritable authorities on Dalmascan geography. Wait, but earlier you claimed you didn't know the monastery's whereabouts. I'm confused. Its location is not what concerns me, but perhaps the Mughals themselves should explain. Why, certainly. That verdant valley of vines and vipers to where we must voyage next is home to the Vieira, and therein lies our little problem. The one thing the Vieira do not suffer is trespassers. Not even lovable Mughals, Kupo. Our glamours kept us hidden long enough to see the jungle was teeming with ruins, much like those we've discovered in Lesalia and Gog, but the Vieira trackers eventually found us and took us before their elders. We barely escaped with our palms, Kupo. So that is why we are still here talking instead of bound for the border. There are Vieira who have spurned the strict code of their tribe, abandoning their people to come and live in the cities of Dalmasca. Finding and recruiting one to our cause might provide us with insight into how to reach the Orbone Monastery ruins. Unfortunately, the nation's current turmoil has not made it easy to accomplish this task. We still require more time. Before boarding the shuttle here, I was stopped by a Banga on the docks. He asked me if I knew a Ken Katsuo, and bid I deliver him a message. I told him he was welcome to accompany me to the Prima Vista so that he might deliver that message himself, but the man refused. Mikoto, I saw this device crafted to your exact specifications, but cannot guarantee that it will function as intended, seeing as I had nary a subject to test it on. Of course, Master Sid. If any trouble is met, then most likely it is my design that is to blame. Your confidence in my craftsmanship is flattering, but you sell yourself too short, my dear. Here's to your success. Good day. I am sure you are aching to take the weight off your feet after so long and arduous a journey, but my husband seeks an audience. You must forgive the man. He can be a trifle demanding at times, but I assure you he means no ill will. A beacon built atop the ruins of a lost city, you say? I would still like to hear more of this latest adventure. But to do so, sans refreshment would be in poor taste indeed. I shall send for an assortment of viands and a bottle of my finest. Then again, why send a minion to do the job of a master? Before me stands a man in a class all on his own when it comes to matters of procurement, as you amply proved earlier. After decades of experimentation, I have found that not save the freshest of freshly baked bacon bread can truly be said to complement my vintage collection. So, shall we say 10 loaves? And none of that day-old stuff, only the highest quality will do. Oh, well. Are you gonna eat supper? Yeah, I was gonna pause it, like, now, and go get some food and come back later. Which I'll probably do right now, actually. But I'm gonna get to the point where I actually can go to the raid and then... or to the next raid and then do it. So I'll finish all the story stuff first, I sense that you're interested in the package Sid delivered. I have every intention to appraise you of its contents, but first I believe we should speak of Alma's condition. Do you not find her illness all too timely? Genomus and Ramza would like to believe that her bouts of vertigo are not but a result of a mind fatigued, but the answer is clear. It is the Orosite that plagues her. Alma recently confided in me that she would hear her father speaking with the Odious well before even his first foray into Rabanastre. However, I do not think this entirely true. Which is not to imply that Alma is trying to deceive us. Rather, I think she saw something that led her to believe her father was conversing with the Orosite. Moreover, I suspect it was the Orosite itself that granted her this vision. You recall my hypothesis on distinct frequency NRR-type harmonic vibrations, and their tendency to promote ethereal amplification, or when I mentioned that despite being in the principal's possession for an extended period, the Odious exhibited none of the imprinting present in the Duma, no? The Odious has never resonated with Genomus. It has always been his wife's pendant, and its Orosite shard, the Virgo, that fueled his passion for Evilise. No, the Odious is bound to Alma's deepest desires, whatever those may be. The only reasons I can fathom that Alma has not fallen victim to the Orosite's grasp is that her desires are not as strong as those we have witnessed in Argath or Bagamnan. That and the ethereal interference caused by other nearby shards. I've explained all this to Alma and recommend that she destroy the necklace, yet not only did she refuse, but she begged me to keep this revelation from her father. And so I did the only thing I could. I devised a means by which I might impede, or at least lessen the effects of the Odious. This device, while still incomplete, will amplify the NR wavelengths emitted by the Virgo. They should work to interfere with those emitted by the Odious, thereby shielding Alma from the brunt of their effect. The city below is all abuzz with word of a Bankan brigand loitering about the airship landing. Do you think it could be someone we know, Kupo? Apologies, Ken, but I need to speak with you, and you alone. Oh, don't mind me, Kupo. I'll be floating over here in perfect earshot. Why, what makes you think I won't lay you low right here, right now? Because we're here to offer you a proposition, that's what. We need information on the Golmore jungle, and thought a man as well-traveled as you might be persuaded to provide some. Golmore? You of all creatures should know that that is Viera land. What are you offering, then? Why, the opportunity to tell us what you know. Genomus believes our next adventure lies beneath the jungle canopy, Kupo. I should have expected as much. Very well, Ken. I came to ask if you would meet someone. Now it seems that someone may be able to assist Genomus as well. Seeing as you and the principal did right by us before, I do not see a reason why I cannot take both of you. Let me know when you are ready to depart for Rabanastre. We will travel in our airship. The Prima Vista will draw too much unwanted attention. Back to a life of brigandry in the clouds, are we? Of course not. Not that it didn't cross our minds. But when faced with the decision of what to do next, we needed simply to remind the dying words of our leader. Gijuk, Rinok, and I decided to re-enlist as Damascan Fusiliers. And the occupying Garleans actually said yes, Kupo? Not exactly. We're now with the Resistance. You no doubt heard of the uprising in Dalmasca that followed the Doman liberation, and how it was crushed under the iron heel of the 4th Legion. The resistance leaders were captured, tortured, and publicly executed, yet much to the Empire's chagrin, the gruesome display only served to further rally the survivors. Remove 1 head and 2 grow in its place. Remove 2 and then there are 4. A person can die, but an ideal will live on. Now there exist several factions throughout Dalmasca. We belong to one known as Lent's Tears. And when we told our commanding officer of our recent crossing with you and yours, he simply insisted that we introduce you. Me? But I wasn't even supposed to be here, Kupo. Not you, hairball. Him. Meet with the general and hear her proposal, Ken. If you are not interested, we shall return you to Kugane unharmed. You have our... Huh? Coral got your tongue? Rabbinaster dead ahead, lads. This way, we've many malms to cover before nightfall. I've done as asked. I bring you the Liberator. And here I thought he'd be taller. I knew it, a Viera. I am Fran, proud daughter of Dalmasca and general of Lent's Tears. Oh, it's just straight Fran from FF12. Okay. And yes, Moogle, I am a Viera. Are you surprised? Why, yes, in fact, I am. Her kind are all supposed to be living amongst the trees, having shunned contact with the outer world, Kupo. There are supposedly a few who have left their homes, but I most certainly did not expect to see one here in this sewer. Indeed. This Banga claims you seek Orbone. Does he speak true? Those ruins lie deep within the Golmore jungle, a place most sacred to my sisters. They would take great offense were you to defile it with your presence. What is more, Bwagi tells me you travel with Garleans, openly aiding those who would see our nation burn. How can we place our trust in one who would do such? Geonomus and his family defected long ago. They are not your enemy. A Garlean is a Garlean. Their pathetic attempt at absolution only proves their past guilt. You misunderstand. Kind Geonomus does not approve of the Emperor's warmongering. He wants to help Dalmasca and his impoverished masses, Kupo. And what would a Moogle know about my people? Does your blood run Damascan red? We could cut you open and find out. General, there is no need for threats. You're right, Wagi. Let us then parley. Parley? Parley. First, the resistance requires men and women from Doma and the Eorzean Alliance, to join us in ridding Dalmasca of its imperial invaders. Your past deeds have made you well known to the leaders of both. They will listen to you. If not, they will listen to those scions to which you claim allegiance. Second, the resistance requires gold. Gold to strengthen our forces from within. Your allies are in bed with the East Aldernod Trading Company, which continues its dealings with Garlemald even as you raise your sword against them, profiting from the Empire's rampant aggression. As targets of that aggression, I believe my people are entitled to a portion of those profits. Grant me these simple things, and I shall personally guide you safely to the ruins of Orbone. And what of the Lexentales? See me to victory, and I'll take the Emperor himself. Those are my conditions. What say you? Promise me first. My companions will see no harm. I will promise you nothing, but if it helps you sleep, know that I have never cut down a man who did not take up arms against me and mine, be he Garlean or Eorzean. Alright. I'd say we have our work cut out for us, Kupo. Bloggy, you and the Fusiliers are to accompany the Liberator. I expect a detailed report on how my demands are received. Yes, General. Not that I expect them to be taken seriously. You are a fool to trust them, Princess. What an adventure, Kupo. Just think, by tomorrow, we could all be the newest members of the Damascan Resistance. Not that I'm ready to give up my place on the Prima Vista just yet. Hurry, hurry. If I don't tell someone of our adventure quick, I'll positively burst, Kupo. This woman asks much of us. The Vira have ever been wary of outsiders. For centuries, their many tribes have remained hidden in the jungles, content with their self-imposed solitude. Each tribe has its own strict code, and will meet swift punishment to any who would defy these laws. As such, many a Vira will spend her entire life bound to the territory of her ancestors, both unwilling and unable to venture beyond its borders. And whilst the tribes are wholly independent, they have agreed to uphold a single standard: shun all contact with the outside world unless it is to protect the jungle. That said, with every generation there are those Vieira who long for life beyond the verdant sea of trees and abandon their tribes to start a new life in the kingdom's cities. My guess is that this Fran is one such individual, who also happens to be the only individual we know who can guide us to the monastery, Kupo. It seems Ken Sordon won't be enough to see us through this predicament. He'll need to don the right mantle of a diplomat if we're to convince the allies in the East Aldernod Trading Company to grant us aid. What could go wrong? Yes, I know you said not to call unless it was urgent, but this is urgent. Alright, not exactly, but my superiors have come to a decision on your request, and I thought you might want to hear what they had to say. Oh, and let me preempt any request for immediate disclosure with a reminder that the information is much too sensitive to discuss over Link Pearl. Meet me at the Ruby Bazaar post-haste, and I shall duly appraise you of your judgment. Well then, Ken, what are we waiting for? I read about how you united the whole of Eorzea under a single standard and convinced the Holy See to end a 1,000-year conflict. Compared to that, asking for a few soldiers and a coffer or 3 of gil should be a piece of rollin' berry cake. I suppose we should inform Bloggy down at Kugane Landia of our progress. You mentioned he was to keep an eye on us. So you've an answer from East Aldernod already. Impressive. It would seem that Lady Fran has underestimated your influence amongst the realm's players. I assume you have no objections to me joining you then. Hancock awaits us in the bazaar. Shall we go? A lovely lady and, Banga? And here I was expecting you to be alone. But excuse my manners. I am Hancock, representative of the East Aldernod Trading Company, assigned to oversee your assets here in Kugane. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Yugiri. We apologize for making you come all this way. Not that it is far from the landing to... Wagi, was it? I serve Lord Hien, rightful ruler of Doma. I have come bearing my lord's reply to your entrant. And I am Taturo Taru of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I'm only here seeing as no one else could be here. Thank you both for coming. I am Wagi, formerly of the Dalmascan Royal Fusiliers. I now claim allegiance to Lentz Tiers, a resistance group seeking to accomplish what you have in Doma and Alamigo. What tidings have you brought us? Allow me to begin then. While the East Aldernod Trading Company sympathizes with your plight, we are not in a position to grant you the funding you seek. As you are aware, the East Aldernod Trading Company prides itself in its neutrality, be it in matters political or personal. And what of our relationship with the Eorzean Alliance? Yes. What I meant to say was, here in Hingashi, the East Aldernod Trading Company prides itself in its neutrality, be it matters political and, You must understand our position. Simply supplying coin to any one group would make it appear that we somehow favor that group over another. Seeing as we conduct business openly and fairly with everyone, doing such would be sending the wrong message and ultimately harm profits, yes. And by selling to both sides, you maximize profits while good men and women perish. How convenient. We are a business, milady. We do what we must to survive. That does not mean, however, we are blind to the needs of our customers or our allies, which is why we support the Eorzean Alliance and their noble efforts to safeguard the realm's freedom through a mutually beneficial arrangement. If it were my choice, I would provide your little resistance with all the funding it needs, but as my good friend Ken knows all too well, it is not my choice. Well, now that Hancock's thoroughly lowered your spirits, you won't be as crestfallen when I inform you the Eorzean Alliance will also be unable to provide any assistance. And let me guess, you did everything in your power to try and convince the leaders of each city-state, only to watch as they politely declined our proposal, claiming an unfortunate lack of intelligence or resources. Wait, how did you... Lord Hien sends his greetings to you and yours, and under normal circumstances would welcome allies still suffering under the Imperial yoke. However, word has it that the latest attempt at reclaiming your kingdom ended in failure, resulting in the loss of countless lives, including many of the resistance leaders. You are not mistaken. Our army is not what it once was. Those remaining have been forced to take refuge deep beneath the streets of Rabanastre. The 4th Legion has already defeated you once. Lacking unity and leadership, the current resistance will not survive another tilt against the Empire's disciplined ranks. If Doma is to join hands with Dalmasca as an ally, you must first prove to us that you will stand as one. Doma is a fully fledged ally would serve far better to strengthening our cause than a few temporary soldiers. Yet, even if we were able to wrest Dalmasca from the Empire's grasp, without unity amongst your people, the resulting chaos could prove even more perilous to the kingdom. You understand much of our situation. And based on that understanding, you would refuse your aid to Lent's tears, am I correct? Do not mistake me. Lord Hien's refusal is but a message to help you plan your next step. You have a wise master. He understands that, without proper planning, driving one enemy from your midst simply creates room for the next. Lady Fran will no doubt be pleased to hear that your response was exactly what she expected. You knew this whole time that your demands would be rejected, yet you still let this farce play out? You have my apologies, but this was all necessary to prove an important point to our leader. Lady Fran needed to show the princess just exactly what she was getting herself into, and your honesty today will serve us better than any hollow promise. Thank you. Wait, what about the Golmore jungle? Can you believe this? We're right back to where we started. Principal Genomus will not be pleased. If it is as you say, it is most unfortunate, but I suppose we did everything in our power, and that is all one could ask. I still do not understand. Why would Lady Fran send Ken on this wild paisa chase if she knew from the start that it would be for naught? Bloggy mentioned something about Fran proving a point to their leader, whomever that may be. People in positions of power can prove both naive and stubborn creatures. Simply telling a leader she is wrong may not convince her of the fact. Seeing one's own plan fail, however, is oft the best medicine. Naive and stubborn, then the resistance is doomed. If a person as imposing as Fran is taking orders from her, then chances are this leader is even worse, Kupo. I would not be so certain, Mont Blanc. My guess is that the individual in question is still quite young and inexperienced, and that Lady Fran is trying to teach her to be an effective leader through example. By allowing her to make her own mistakes, Fran is granting her the ability to learn and grow from them, an experience that will ultimately benefit her when the time comes to make some truly difficult decisions. Now, I seem to recall reading that one of the many faces of the resistance before the recent quelling was a young girl of royal blood. Do you suppose... You may cease with your baseless presumptions, defector. The door was open. And you would be? I would be here on orders from the leader of Lent's Tears, against my better judgment, mind you. Greetings, Lady Fran, I presume. I am Genomus and Lexentale, principal of the Majestic Theater Company. You and your colleagues are most welcome on the Prima Vista. What is it your leader would have of us? While you failed in meeting even a single of our demands, she recognizes that you were sincere in your attempts to see them fulfilled, and for that effort you are to be compensated. That is most generous. The ruins which you seek are hidden behind a waterfall here, a point roughly equidistant from the river's source and its delta. You have our thanks, Lady Fran. We will not forget this kindness. Father, I shall plot a course immediately. Remza, what is going on here? Alma, you should be in bed. I've slept enough, brother. Tell me, who are our guests? It appears you once again prepare a leap into danger's maw. Keep your wits about you, Ken. Lady Fran is strong, but then again, so is Gamnan. Ah, if you'll excuse me. Are you mad? A trip to the surface in your condition? Listen to me, brother. The High Seraph beckons. She speaks to me through the Odious. The what? There is no need to worry. Mikoto and I have already devised a plan. I can help clear our family name. The Charlian has no say in this. I am your father, and I insist you remain here in the airship. What would your mother say if I allowed aught to befall you? Mother? Then what is this all about? That is what this is all about, isn't it? What it has always been about. You care not about Ivalice or the Aura name. No, you only seek to use the Aura Sight to bring Mother back. But you haven't been able to do that. You still do not understand exactly how it is that the shards translate one's desires into reality. That is where I can help. I can ask the High Seraph. It is she who created the Aura Sight. Ultima has bid me come to her place of imprisonment. If we free her, she will reveal unto us the secrets of her creations. Do you hear what you're saying, Alma? Even if there was the slightest chance of bringing Mother back, we cannot risk your life in doing so. Your brother is right. We have sacrificed too much already. I cannot bear the thought of losing you, either of you. I'm so lonely. Why must you love Ramza more than you love me? Do not be cozened by your daughter's words, for they are not her own. Help me, Rams. Elma! Gods forfend. I told you, no one can control the power within those shards. No one. Ken, here, take this. It might be the only thing that can save Alma, but we must hurry to the monastery. Come, we leave for the Golmore jungle. Now. Have I your permission to depart, Ken? Every moment we tarry here, my sister, she... Then hold on. I'm setting engines to full speed. Welcome to the land of my people. 'Twould be a poor lie if I said I did not miss it some. Alma. Ramsa, help me. Be gone! Oh, it broke. Blood of the invokers, fulfill the ancient covenant and grant unto me the vessel promised. Yoink! What the? Wagi, to me, this girl is not well. Might I suggest we continue this back on the Prima Vista, Kupo? Have you the courage to face true evil? What are you gawping at? The ship is this way, Kupo. Now Ramzo's gone. Oh, dearest Tia, what have I done? What have I done? We need to do something, but what recourse is left to us? The only means we had of protecting ourselves could not even prevent my son from... I am sorry, Geonomus. My design was flawed. Not necessarily, Charlian. We all saw how it succeeded in drawing Alma back from the rift and shattering the Otius. The loss of the boy is not yours to bear. Our focus here should not be on our failures, but what we have learned from them. The being beyond the rift, it spoke before claiming Ramza. It referred to you as the blood of its invokers. Could it be your ancestors are responsible for Ultima's summoning? Most certainly not. I have discovered no such inference anywhere in the Durai papers. Besides, tales of the High Seraph exist far before even the earliest of Evilesian legends. Then who exactly did summon Ultima, and why does she think them your kin? Look! I have a bad feeling about this, Kupo. Ramza, dead! You lie about as well as you carry yourself in battle, Oran. I did not say he was dead, my lord Delita, merely that he had abandoned his mortal vessel, entrusting his ethereal soul to the Orosite. But why would he do such a thing? Peace has finally come to Ivalice. There is naught to be had from further sacrifice. The kingdom is won, and this victory is as much his as it is mine. He risked life and limb to shield me from the dark that would have seen me perish. Without him, I would not be standing here before you. It is my duty as both king and colleague to see him saved. Knights, to me! We ride for Orbonne! My lord, wait! Ajora Glabados, first of the Zodiac Braves, was not the hero the Church would have you believe. He betrayed Mother Heidelin for the promise of coin and power, summoning forth a terrible evil from the depths of the celestial abyss. It was believed only one of the lands chosen, only a warrior of light, might stand against this threat. Yet, while victorious in battle, Ramza was unable to see the darkness vanquished. If failure was all that awaited our warrior of light, then what chance do you presume any other might stand? Are you saying I should do nothing, then? No, my lord Ramza. Ramza is. My brother's final wish before he surrendered to the Aether was that his name be struck from the annals of history. Alma, you're unhurt, but I was led to believe none but Orain returned from Orbonne. What is this you speak of your brother's wishes? When it became apparent that we were powerless to truly defeat the High Seraph, we chose the only path left to us, to do what Heidelin herself did countless centuries past, imprison Ultima. How's my day been? Long, and I'm getting through tons and tons of content. There's so much friggin' content in this game. I got through the Omega raid last night, which was like a good 8 hours or 9 hours. And then I'm getting through this Evil East raid, which has been going on for probably like 4 or 5 hours. Close to, yeah. There we go. Thing came unplugged. The stones in these 2 necklaces. Are you certain they will guide the heroes of a new era to Ramza? 'Tis what Ramza wished, my lord. Orin, I do not believe I can bear another farewell this day. Will you not reconsider my offer to remain as a member of my court? You can't hear me? You should be able to now. It's working on my end. That's good. Okay. 'Tis but a matter of time before the cardinal and his temple knights grow wise to my past. I would not have my presence here implicate you as well. Ramza beseeched me strike his name from history, but like you, my lord, I could not bear the thought of future generations blind to this truth. As such, I penned this chronicle of the hero's journey. I fear the world, however, is not yet ready for the gospel contained within these pages, nor would the church ever allow its circulation. In fact, I believe they will confiscate every existing copy and lock them away in their library. And what better way for the words to remain forever preserved than in one of the most highly guarded vaults in all the realm? Then, one day, when the church has fallen out of favor, the chronicle will be discovered and truth shall prevail. I must admit, your plan is intriguing, Orin, but once the church learns it was you who penned the chronicle, your life... Can't... 'Twas the echo, wasn't it? Summary. The removal of Ramza's name from the history books, the Durai papers, the pendants, it was all set in motion by Oran himself. And if the Liberator's visions are to be taken as fact, it also appears we now know what the High Seraph meant by blood of my invoker. She was not speaking of ancestors in the sense of actual kin, but the line of those chosen by Hydaelyn to serve as her warriors of light. But then why abduct Ramza, or even Alma, unless there is something you haven't been telling us? She was using us to lure Ken. It is his vessel the High Seraph desires. Matrons, teats, Alma, how long have you been awake? I've been a fool. I told our leader that it did not matter if our request for aid was refused, for I had an alternate ploy. General. It's alright, Bwagi. My intention was to claim one of these Orosite in the name of the Resistance, and use its power to lay waste to the Garlean occupants. Only now do I realize how flawed my ambitions were. You mean this whole time you were playing us for fools? Why didn't we see it earlier? Never trust a woman with ears longer than mine, I always say. You have every right to be angry, and I apologize for misleading you. But believe me, I no longer have any desire to deceive you and yours. I shall see you to Orbon Monastery, and ask naught in return, but that you let me join you in your rescue of Ramza. Do not misunderstand me. I do not do this for any one of you. I do it for my people, in both Golmore and Larabanester. People who may die if this High Seraph is allowed to return to power. Okay, I got the duty, so I got through all the story bits. Okay. Alright, it's 6:30. I'm gonna get some food, come back, do this, and continue on. So, taking a break for like a half hour or an hour. I'll be back like 7-ish. Then continue playing.